Hello, it is the beginning of a new week, but also a new instance of this Ultima Underworld playthrough. The troubled Ultima Underworld playthrough, might I add, because I no longer have any working save files. Yeah, the Unity build proved to be more cumbersome than I anticipated. And despite my best efforts at salvaging and trying to make my way to where we last left off, the game just keeps corrupting my progress. So, yeah, that put me in a very uncomfortable position where we were dangerously close to abandoning this effort altogether. But thankfully, thanks to the advice of a new viewer who showed up last time, Dr. Cream's assistant, I have been made aware of a different take on Ultima Underworld from the modding community, the portable version. This one is much more simple in terms of how it works. It's not as sophisticated, so we're not gonna have all those fancy modern day life improvements, and it's gonna look a little worse, feel a little clunkier in terms of gameplay, more true to the original, I would say. But there's a good chance this is gonna work without giving me too much of a headache. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. Like, I'm intrigued by this game to the point where I would very much like to see this through. So let's cling on to the sliver of hope that we have and pray that we will manage to not only get back to where I landed last time, but just get through the game altogether. This does, of course, leave me in a very uncomfortable position where I'm kind of gonna have to speed through this a little bit. Perhaps skip out on some lore that I previously covered. I guess we can still rephrase what I've been going through steadily through my initial playthrough. We'll think about it as we go. Now, what's cool about this particular instance of DOSBox that Ultima Underworld runs
At
on,
last, you are asleep.
it allows me to stay
For
full
3
screen in
nights,
Alt Tab.
each attempt to rest has brought you starting from your bed in fright, with no memory of what horrified yourself.
No subtitles this time, so you're gonna get
With a
the
sickening sense
true
of
intro
déjà vu,
experience.
you begin to dream.
Treachery and doom.
Splendid audio balance.
Will unleash a great evil. Britannia is in peril.
Sure that the ghost can take you to Britannia, you allow yourself to be drawn to him.
Speak up, man. Can't hear you that well.
A visitor, and from far away indeed. Were he not dead, I'd suspect my brother sent thee. No matter, thou shalt serve to draw the hounds from the scent.
Because getting a good microphone back then and all sorts of equipment wasn't that easy.
Below, a creature heads toward the dark woods, a thrashing sack.
Look at that
slung
shuffle.
over its massive shoulder.
What hast thou done with our Lord's daughter Ariel? Dropped her below to an accomplice, I'll wager. Well,
It's gonna be even more fun trying to interpret this fake English accent without any
Several
written
tense hours
support.
later, you were dragged before Baron Ulrich. Ignoring you, Ulrich questions his captain.
What news, Corwin?
Forgive us, my lord. The foul creature escaped. A score of us got chased, but it fled into the Stygian abyss with poor Ariel. We were attacked, goblins and worse, my lord.
The music doesn't have to go this hard.
I see. The Baron turns his hard grey eyes upon you.
I was warned of thy coming. Last fortnight, an apparition of an old, haggard man
It's
appeared
almost
in
like
my
I'm looking
dreams.
at a Wookiee.
Guard
from Star
thy
Wars.
daughter well, it warned, for an evil one shall come to steal
A
her
Wookiee with a
away.
bald spot
I
smack in the
posted
middle
guards
of
at
his
Ariel's
face.
door, but still you took her from me. They say thou didst drop her to a troll waiting below. What sayest thou?
You explain that you are the Avatar, and that you are innocent.
Whether thou speak truth or falsehood, I cannot say.
Source, trust me, bro.
Stories tell of the coming of the Avatar, but years have passed since he visited here. If thou art truly the Avatar, then perhaps thou canst offer hope. None here can survive the Stygian abyss and rescue Ariel. My mind is set. Corwin shall take thee to the abyss. Return here with my daughter, and thy innocence shall be proven. If thou dost not return, Avatar, then thy lies shall have brought thee
Avatar.
low.
This be the foul pit's only entrance. Once it is locked, none can pass. I will shut thee in and stand guard till I hear Ariel's voice from within. Otherwise, 'twill remain shut forever.
And there you have it. We are the Avatar. A traveler from another world, implied our actual human world, to this fantasy setting that's been spanning many games across the mainline series and 2 little spin-offs, including this one. So we're gonna create our protagonist based off the character that I already had during the initial playthrough. We'll stay to what we had because I was pretty content with the build we've established. Now, I am, however, undecisive whether I want to go with Appraise or Charm as a support skill. There's a slight difference between the two. Give me a second. So, Appraise basically lets you establish the worth of an item you want to give out while trading, and whether the deal you're setting out for is more or less equal in your favor or in the other party's favor. Charm, on the other hand, lets you establish friendlier relations in general with NPCs, which also has an impact on bartering. So they kind of complementary skills in a way. Like, there's some very subtle differences, but I don't know if the long run matters which one you're gonna go through. But I think I go with Charm this time around, because talking to NPCs, as far as I know, this plays a pretty vital role in getting some important clues that will let you figure out what to do later on in the game. As for skill combat-wise, well, we did figure out that ranged weapons are super efficient. Still, I do want the melee backup, just in case we run out of ammo. You know, at the end of the day, I think this is gonna lean into the traditional computer RPG route, where swords are favored over other weapon types, so we're gonna get primarily those. And we'll pick the middle picture because this lady gives off some pretty badass vibes. And she'll be known as the Avatar. First name, Avatar. Second, Avatar. Now, this might look all too familiar to you, besides the decreased aspect ratio, because glorious 640 by 480. But trust me, it already feels vastly different, controls-wise. Namely, if you're playing it vanilla, say hello to tank controls. And quite frankly, we don't want to be putting up with those. It is a very archaic way of moving around. So we're gonna press the dash key and the mouse look enabled patch kicks in, making it closer to the Unity build. We're not gonna have automatic responses depending on how I'm interacting with the environment is around, so I'm actually gonna have to toggle between different actions, as on the left-hand side of the screen. The writing reads, "We attacked the entrance with all manner of tools, but it gave not a hair. It simply cannot be breached. Hence we have resigned ourselves to die in this hellish pit. Sign, Elsmore. Rip Bozo." Yeah, in Ultima canon, the Stygian Abyss is a vast underground complex housing all sorts of hellish manner of beasts. But as we'll learn soon in the Ultima Underworld canon, there were attempts at making a society here with mixed results. Now, let's make sure I have the sword equipped in the right hand. I do not. There we go. Again, shoutouts to Dr. Cream's assistant for informing me that I actually have to charge my attack if I wanna do actual damage, melee-wise. By default, the game gets pretty dark. The Unity version lights up the dungeon immensely, so you don't really have to rely on light sources of the external kind that much. We're gonna play it the way it was meant to be experienced, at least on this first stream, and we'll see how potentially annoying it is to deal with. Otherwise, I can always increase the brightness as per another mod. The map is more or less the way we remember it, except this time, lo and behold, no annoying console errors. Oh yeah, that's one minor inconvenience I'm glad to be done with and leaving it far behind. Yeah, the key difference here is I'm actually gonna have to relearn how to play the game in a sense, because again, normally on the Unity exporter variant, I'd just be right-clicking on the environment and it would be automatically triggering the correct responses. Here, you gotta do that shit manually. Toggle the correct actions as required in the situation provided. Make it a little more true to point-and-click adventure games. Yeah, not every first-person dungeon crawler is like this. There are definitely ones that are more simplified and leaning towards combat. This I find to be an intriguing blend of the two. Okay, so we got our first very important item here, the green mushroom. You might be thinking to yourselves, well, what the heck are you gonna need a mushroom for? Oh, you'll see. Unironically, also another reason why I had to ditch the initial playthrough. There was a quest important item I just couldn't craft, because for some godforsaken reason, the game wouldn't let me use the items in the proper fashion. We're also going to be missing out on some funny physics, as you know, per Unity tradition. But that is fine. We can live without those. Now, let's do a little inventory management, and this time around I'm gonna try my best at keeping it neat and tidy. How well that's gonna go? Well, we'll see. This is a runeback. It is possibly the most important aspects of playing the Ultima games, if you want to be semi-proficient to Master Spellcaster, because these runes are what you're gonna need to string together if you want to actually be pulling out invocations. Now, let's have our first taste of combat on this iteration of Underworld. I've definitely dealt with that rat more efficiently than I did on our very first encounter. There's gonna be a lot of dash clicking, so I can efficiently toggle between looking around freely and moving around the environment. Now, this also means that opening doors is a bit of a hassle, because you actually have to use them on the doors proper. No, I don't want to drop it. I actually want to open the door, damn it. Maybe I don't have the correct key for it. I've already forgotten whether this is a particular one I need, or is there going to be another one? You know, the movement isn't as sluggish as I anticipated it to be. It's actually manageable, which I suppose DOSBox is still running at a faster cycle than it would normally be on the original hardware. So let's try opening this door for a change of scenery. Come on, man. The greatest challenge so far. Using keys. Okay, the door is locked, so I definitely need to be using this icon. But how do I... Okay, you gotta left click the key and then right click on the door. It's pretty bullshit. But hey, exactly the kind of out-of-date, old-fashioned controls you'd expect from games of the time period. It's an acquired taste. Now this is gonna lead us to the main area and also to our first more menacing enemy. And this is where I want to make a save file. Okay. And let's take our chances against this goblin. Slap him in the balls. It appears that both of us suck in combat. Me being the slightly more proficient one. We'll be taking the slingshot and the ammo. Interesting how it asked me how many items I want to pick up without giving me the correct number on display, so I have to make a guess as to how many there actually are. This map I will want to keep in the main screen for now. By default, I probably want to keep the grab icon at the ready. So this silver tree right here is the game's ambiguous checkpoint system. The plaque reads, "Plant the seed of the silver sapling, and a new sapling will spring forth. In return for this gift of life, thou shalt be granted a new life thyself, when this one doth end." So once we nick this tree, it's gonna fade away, and we do in fact get a little seed, which we're gonna put here for now. Wherever we planted a new tree will go, and the moment we grab the ghost, we will respawn for once in that exact location. So, in essence, you get one attempt at survival. I do wonder... Now you might remember that I did find this door on the other end. I was curious if this was a two-way opening system or just a shortcut from here. Well, that explains it now. This will take us to a very important location. And I think it's time to find out how reliable jumping is in the original version. Well, after a great start there. Oh wow, that is some insane head bopping. Oh, got ourselves a rotworm. Rotworm exists no longer. It's been absolutely demolished. And we shall take our little friend here with us. Because, just like the green mushroom, it's gonna be important. Let's put you here. The bowl can also go here, just so I don't get confused. The door is locked. Alright, so I can't come in through here. Oh, wait a minute. Does that mean I'm soft locked from this end? Uh-oh. Well, unless this key works. The key does not fit. Yeah, we probably don't want to fall. Oh, right. I forgot one important detail. Said detail being, jumping is not bound to space. It's shift. Whoa. That was a pretty massive leap. Actually, controlling your momentum is pretty tedious and seems to be difficult to gauge just how much momentum you build. See a button? Well, press it then. Silly. This Ankh right here represents the religious system, or, well, the closest thing to spiritual beliefs there are in the Ultimaverse. Basically, all of the intelligent races in this universe pay their respects to principles. So concepts like humility, justice, and their religious practices boil down to living by creeds and performing certain acts that will get them closer to the virtues they want to follow. So, no gods per se. I don't quite remember how the afterlife, if there's even any mention of it per se in the Ultimaverse, but this is quite a unique take on spiritual beliefs nonetheless. In practical terms, this shrine is gonna be our means of leveling up once we get enough experience. And these chants that you currently see coming up on screen. So, Muam, Sumra, and Omka are the first 3 general chants that you get. Reciting them at the shrine will boost a specific set of skills, be it combat, magic, or general use oriented. For now, I think I'm gonna focus on making the avatar here more proficient at survival. We want to kill things fast, and we also want access to spellcasting as soon as possible. Which I think we... Oh no, we're not gonna be doing much with 3 points of mana. Still a little more generous than what I started out the first playthrough, that being 0 points of mana. I like how the first shrine you encounter in the game even has its own specifically shaped room to hammer that idea down your skull. But all the other ones that you find later on during the course of your journey, just some small closets here and there. I hate that bet. In fact, it needs to perish. Especially if it's gonna prevent me from proceeding. Come here. Hey, buddy. Come say hi. Got a little something for you. Oh, there's 2 of you. Well, I don't mind. Come on. Come a little closer. Darn you, you flying rat. Stay still. Right. Oof. With the way I was popping my head against the ceiling, that could have been another dramatic fall. Now, my health is not doing too hot at the moment, so I will probably want to rest soon. The thing is, I don't have the item required for it yet, which would be a bedroll. So we're gonna have to acquire one soonish. So I have to step off for just a second, so give me a minute. Oh, by the way, you've probably noticed that we have a lot of empty space with these sidebars to our left and right. How about we actually make some use of this empty space. And I have just the thing. Thematically accurate gifts. Yeah, give that a little bit of the old Ancient Fire website taste. And also, be warned, he's always watching. Now, let's hope that my assumption as to the purpose of this key was wrong and does indeed fit here. There we go. I mean, I can always use mouse look to just click the icons instead of using the F keys for shortcuts. I'm just gonna figure out what's the most comfy solution and stick to it. Alright, so here's the bedroll, which will give us some semblance of a comfortable rest. Dough has arrived. They have ready, but with haste and virtue we can seek out and speak to the civilized inhabitants of the Abyss. They, and by decisions and actions, will. He can only speak in riddles. Which is not that handy. Hopefully, our very first friendly NPC will prove to be more reliable. Breggett, hail stranger. What be thy business? I have not seen this place before. I am attempting to rescue an innocent girl. Ah, rescue mission, is it? Should the Baron's guards not be with thee to aid thee in thy search? More likely one of them threw thee in here, eh? Looks like someone's had a very familiar experience being on the bad side of the law. Thou needest not be ashamed of thy misfortune, lass. Thou art in the same pot with all of us now. If thou art to have a chance of surviving in the abyss for long, thou must learn the lay of the land. Now, thankfully, in this rendition, we can actually comfortably scroll through the text without any glitches, so hooray for a more stable build. By the way, if this proves to be a success, from what I understand, you can apply the portable version to Ultima Underworld 2, meaning we could go for the sequel straight after its predecessor. Indeed, I would be eager to learn of this area. First off, I would suggest picking up anything thou dost find that seems of use. Items here are scarce enough. Thou wouldst be well advised to take which thou can. Scavenge all you want, but stealing is ill-advised. Most of the Abyss's inhabitants guard jealously the few possessions that they have. Battle sites are the best for scavenging. So I'm here. Battle place here not long ago. A battle between the goblins and the above-worlders. What inhabitants are there? The goblins control most of these upper caves. Two races there are, the green and the grey. If they do not destroy each other, it is not for lack of trying. In that regard, they're less efficient than their Witchhaven cousins. Because, if you remember, the first Witchhaven starts with these exact two warring goblin tribes going against each other in a display of rare infighting. Be thou especially careful of the Grey Goblins. I was recently imprisoned by them for trespassing. How didst thou escape? My prison cell was evidently a converted storm, for it had a stock of useful items, including a long pole. Using the pole, I was able to reach a button, which opened the door to my cell. I sneaked away and returned to my people. I do not think I'll venture there again. and what the other inhabitants of the Abyss, the humans, like Dee and myself, have staked out a small area in which we live in relative peace. Below us are the mountain men, and after that, I do not know. We do, however. We have in fact met the mountain men, and we reached as far as level 4, where things just keep getting more and more curious in terms of who's living down here and what their socio-economical relations are. Yeah, there's a surprising amount of politics in the game, but spoon-fed to you in such a casual way that you don't have to be too bothered about the specific relations of one race to another. It's just a means of spicing up the narrative. Where's this enclave of humans? Thou canst find my people by going west from the entrance to the Abyss, and then north. There's a small chasm to jump over, but thou dost seem to be a dexterous lass. Past the chasm is the sign of civilization everywhere throughout the Abyss. The banner of Cabiris, marked with an ankh, the sign of the Avatar. Yours truly. Outside of areas marked with the banner, thou shouldst watch thyself most carefully. Most creatures who do not respect Cabiris' legacy are not particularly friendly. I thank thee for thy help. Good luck in thy travels. Now, what's worth noting, your responses matter when talking to NPCs. You probably want to build friendly relations with those who do have a more courteous stance towards you in the first place, because not only will they give you hints, but they will be more willing to barter. So we're down here, and his encampment, if I'm not mistaken, is further down here. You might have noticed that the sound effects in this version are definitely meatier. There is a lot more oomph just to the walk noises. The light is already used up. Well, this torch has indeed served us for quite a while. You can also use candles, but they give off a little less light. And we shall take this shield with us, because we need all the armor we can get. Hopefully my armor pieces will not magically vanish this time around, which I will blame Exporter. Oop. There's the red bat that gave me so much trouble. Our very first color swap. You know, while reading up on the differences between Vanilla and Unity Exporter, apparently with the latter, they kind of fumbled the monster AI a little bit, because it's much more prone to just freaking out and getting stuck on walls and other bits of the environment, instead of actively trying to seek you out. most epic showdown in history. Man versus bat. Pick a little friend decided for a tactical retreat, which smart of him. I don't think I want to traverse the river just yet. I want to try and find that human encampment that our pal has mentioned to us. Oof. That was some nasty fall damage. However, we do get an improvement weapon, or a current one. A longsword is definitely more efficient than a dagger. There we go. Human encampment has been reached. You see the man of Kabiris. The door is locked. Well, we didn't hear about that now, did we? So appear to be poison. Put one rest up. There you go. You're currently hungry and wide awake. The hunger system is not that bad to deal with. It's not too much of a hassle management-wise, and really only takes effect when you rest. So as long as you have food on your person, and make sure to check your status bar on the compass, you'll be fine. Gulick, what is thy name, stranger? I am Avatar. I am Gulick, called the Blessed. Why art thou called that? I have been called the Blessed since my prison days, when I was considered lucky because I have a taste for cockroaches. I wouldn't call that blessed, buddy. I think we found the pioneer and prime advocate for cockroach milk. Let me tell you, friend, that shit's not gonna kick off. I never went hungry, thou seest. And is this place better than a prison? Thou art in the great Stygian abyss, where neither thou nor any other may ever hope to leave again. 'Tis worse than any prison, for there is no hope of parole or pardon, and no death so clean as an honest hanging. Tell me more of the abyss. It was not always such. Once a leader named Sir Kabiris, cursed be his name, had the foolish notion that this place could be colonized. When his folly caught up with him, the quote-unquote civilization of the Underearth fell, and we now scrabble to survive in its ruins. He died, and so escaped the punishment for his crime. Dreamers, they will be the death of us all. And thyself? How camest thou here? I killed a man who needed killing. My crime was being caught. Perhaps thou wouldst find peace if thou didst repent. And perhaps thou art a fool. Good day to thee. Good day. Certainly didn't take kindly to me pointing out the error of his ways. Remember the name Sir Cabirus, because it's gonna come up a lot. A key figure to colonizing the Abyss, or making an attempt at doing so. Why would you want to turn one of the most notorious dungeons in the franchise into a potential apartment complex for all sentient species of the Ultimaverse? I do not know, but an attempt was made, and who would thought that as soon as the figurehead kicked the bucket, it all went to shit. Well, maybe not all of it, because some of these folks still believe in the ideals of Sir Cabirus, but as seen by Mr. Blast previously.
Hamburger.
Maranaxin Firmux. Yeah, what's up, Shishi and Metron? Good to see you two, once again. Ha, another fish enters the barrel. Would be thy crime, daughter of misfortune. It is said I kidnapped a girl. A young girl was this, beauteous but innocent. Aye, that was she. Ah, she is long gone by now. A troll carried her below. Almric's men were in pursuit, but they proved no match for the gobs. The gobs? Aye, the goblins. There be the greens and the greys, and they are deadly foes. They make our lives more difficult still with their vendettas. Yo, fair. Hey, I just appreciate you guys hanging around having a good time, so all sort of interaction is much appreciated. You have a cultist emote. Is it blood themed or just a general use cultist from undisclosed other media? What is the nature of their feud? Now I can see, the conflict seems to have begun at the time of the Great Collapse, when the civilization of the Under fell. We know only that their leaders have sworn never to agree on anything. And is there aught beyond the domain of these goblins? Oh, that's what you're referring to. Once you redeem that tier, a little cultist pops up on the overlay down below, and I am forced to make my best impersonation of the blood cultist. That's a freebie for you. None who have ventured past the realm of the gobs have returned, but rumor have it there are worse perils below. Perhaps I can solve the mystery for thee. Bro, you comparing me to that new trend? That's the rarest insult I've heard in a while. Like, come on, man. It's just mean. So, another comrade is cut by the Abyss. What was thy crime? Pray tell. I have always lived here as a peaceful fisherman. I am accused of kidnapping a girl. We want to be honest. At least with most of these folk. Perhaps the same girl that I hear was carried through these upper caves by a troll. Where did he take her? Well, whoever she was, she's here no longer. I don't know how far the troll was planning on taking her, but given the strength of a troll, he'll not likely run out of energy anytime soon. I must be off immediately. Hold on just a minute. Surely that girl is in trouble. But if thou dost learn the ways of the Abyss first, thou wilt surely have a better chance of rescuing her. I would surely know of the Abyss. Well, thou shouldst know that most of the inhabitants of the Abyss are unfriendly. It's not so much a question of what areas to avoid as of which areas are relatively safe. Look for the band of Caberes, a tapestry with an ankh, such as we have, as a sign of civilization. Any people or creatures thou dost find past the banner more likely to talk with thee than eat thee. Speaking of ankhs, thou wouldst do well to search out the other thing they represent, the shrines. We already found one, retroactively, but just for the sake of providing lore-friendly exploration. Yes, just like the upcoming James Cameron movie anthology, which is going to be finished in, I don't know, give or take the next 50 years. I still find it mind-boggling that we even got a part 2. With how long that was in development hell. What use do they serve? When thou dost see a large plain ankh standing on the ground, thou hast found a shrine to virtue. It is said that if thou hast been virtuous and dedicated to increasing thy abilities, praying in the shrine with the correct mantra will allow thee to enhance thy abilities. It is said that there is one in the southeast area of these upper caves, but I have not seen it myself. I thank thee for the information. Well, good luck on thy travels. Thou art always welcome here. You know, for convicts accused of quite horrible crimes at times, they're a pretty okay bunch. Also, just me and the boys, cozying up in the deep dark dungeon by the campfire. Now, that's a bottle of port. I'm gonna need that later on. However, given that it's most likely attached to one of these NPCs as a possessed item, they're gonna go for my throat as soon as I try to take that away with me. So, let's not do that. We want these guys on friendly terms. I'm not sure if this crate here counts as a human outpost belonging. I guess there's one way of finding out, is there? Oh. Well, since they don't mind. Only need a spare slingshot, but I do need that ammo. At least until we get a bow. The objective improvement of our ranged weapons repertoire. While I'm here, we got a good chunk of level 1 already explored, with more to come, mind you. But we're gonna brand this as the human quarters, which I'm gonna put a little further so it doesn't get in the way of the actual layout. Go. Our next stop is gonna be the Goblin tribes. Now, I think that'd be a bad idea given how one Greek Goblin has already given us a warm welcome. And by warm welcome I mean flinging rocks my way. However, as we have learned, not all of them are uncouth lot. Some of them actually still live by the teachings of their idol, Sir Caberes. Cool. I am no longer almost completely naked. Just... well, I'm still missing a vest. I don't have any torches left. Oh well. Candle's gonna have to do. Wouldn't it be funny if the flame got snuffed out as soon as I dropped into water? Haha. Good thing they didn't think about that. Old school video games didn't muck around. There was a more likely probability, didn't you think? Especially if I were to play a proper point and click. Where the whole point is to actively look for new ways to mess with the player. See if I can make this jump on the default version of the game. It certainly worked in the variant. Not only is it not working, but I'm also taking damage, which kind of sucks. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, so you lurkers are way more aggressive than I remember from the Unity build. I actually kind of prefer the behavior pattern in the latter instance, because they will just float away as soon as you get out of the water in a weird act of self-preservation. Here, doesn't seem to care. Hold up. Why am I even trying to melee him? Yeah, how do you feel now, dummy? That's a brain concussion right there. Assuming he had a brain to begin with. No. Go away. I don't have your money. Leave me alone. Tybal continues to. Who's Tybal? I feel not be... You can't just talk to me in riddles and then expect me to understand the inner workings of your mind. Those interactions, as far as I know, they're just based on your progress in the game, not indicative of a timer of any sort, so you're under no stress to beat this as fast as possible. Also, that's a spider. How did I miss that spider before? I don't know, but you gotta go. Oh, That was a little anticlimactic. Whoa. He did not appreciate my rock tossing. Alright, how about we take the traditional approach? Yeah, it's, that's super effective right there. Ideally, I want to get an extra XP so I can. I think I already leveled up 2 times, which is strange because I don't remember the game giving me a prompt, unless it got eating up all the other text. But that is good. We can actually use that XP to level up some skills. Particularly magic. So we can start casting some useful incantations. Let me tell you, lads, I for sure wouldn't have the patience to deal with this kind of gameplay. As a child nor teenager, this is definitely an acquired taste in gaming. You need a particular kind of mindset to appreciate this kind of unwieldy control system in a micromanaging mindset, inventory-wise. I do have to wonder though, who keeps shutting these doors behind me? Is it the bats? Do you guys not want to get a breeze going through here, or is there any particular reason they need to be made aware of? I don't trust this jumping quite necessarily. Also, it is indeed confirmed that as soon as I land into an obstacle, I get damaged. So that's gonna be one potential way of giving him the ghost. Quite embarrassing one at that. Sumra and Muam, I believe, are the chance I need to be exploiting for now. Before I do that though, just to keep track of our skill and abilities, let's have that on. Sumra. You advance an X, sword and X. Attack, sword and missile. Mana and casting. You're not ready to advance. Not that much, but at least we have some mana now to cast the most basic of spells. Which for now I think the most useful one I can take advantage on is create light and potentially make food. You're currently fed and wide awake. Alright. Doing pretty good with our appetite. So, magic is a little apprehensive at first, but thankfully, if you read the included manual, everything is laid out nicely. So you have actually like two guides on how to play the game. The layman's terms manual, which would either be a booklet, if you got this back in the day, or a PDF in the digital releases, or you have the lore-friendly variant, which is talk to people, read the scriptures, try to memorize all of that, alternatively, make notes dummy. Fortunately, we have the proper runes to cast our first basic spell, which would be in lore. Literally translate to summon light. Costs 3 mana points. It's not terrible. And it's even brighter than if we'd had a torch activated. That's gonna get me every time, is it? Watch your head while crossing through the door. I think we're ready to move on further into the goblinoids turf. And we're gonna be proceeding with friendly negotiations in mind, unless they draw their weapons first. In which case, peace was no longer an option. So as you can see, we have another set of banners belonging to Cercaberis, also the Avatar. The reason why they tied to the Avatar is because in canon, the Avatar is like the prime example of a hero figure. He is basically the archetype, like the model you want to strive for if you want to be a paragon of justice. So yeah, this hero that we're playing has made a name for themselves in canon. I mean, they had a lot of opportunities. 9 mainline games. At least 3 or 4 spin-offs. Hey friend. You appear to be ready to converse, so let's shut him up. So, who go there? My name is Avatar. Avatar, eh? I think I heard of you. You new here, eh? You come to right place. Right Goblin's the most powerful group here. Good idea, speak with King Ketchaval. He's very wise and strong. Maybe you best talk to Queen Rechald first though. On you go now. Thank thee for the advice. how often do you just get to converse with goblins rather than slay them immediately on sight? You have business here? Canst thou tell me their ways? The goblins. Grey goblins, not just goblins. Say goblins, maybe you mean green goblins too. You not want to know about them. Nasty brutish they are. Uglier than humans even. Not related to us, no. Not at all. Well then, the grey goblins. Ah, yes, grey goblins. Much better. We the rulers of the area. All others look up to us, humans, green goblins, spiders even. You look for a powerful group, you came to the right place. Dost thou wish to trade some items with me? He's got a cap and a shield, but of which I currently have. Now, if it was either a pair of gloves or a tunic, I'd be more inclined to barter with him. What kind of sucks is that most generic NPCs just have the same item selection, which, sure, in some circumstances might be good, but if you want variety, you're not really gonna get much of it. Vertical. Yes, does not want human. I wish to speak to thy husband. And what reason hast thou for speaking to him? I wish to congratulate him on his choice of bride. Do we butter up? I bring an important message from the Green Goblins. I merely wish to chat to him. I have important information for him. It's best if we get straight to the point. Very well. Thou may speak to him. Do not overstay thy welcome. He is a busy man. I thank thee kindly. I mean, from another woman to another giving extremely cheesy compliments with just ooze of fakeness, that could have gone poorly. Keep out. Now I believe the king is minding his business here. Look at this unit with his buzz cut. Who be, and what business have ye here? I am Vetter. I wish to speak to thee. I have never heard of ye. Be ye friend to Vernix. Vernix who? Vernix, the so-called king of the so-called Green Goblins. Nay, I am no friend of his. Very well. Did ye speak with him? No, should I? Don't bother. He's a complete waste of time. You're fortunate you came to me first. How lucky I am. Dost thou know of a girl kidnapped by a troll? I know nothing of no girl. I got problems of my own. Such as? My enemies are legion. Even the vermin here are troublesome. A great she-spider known as Nevri Night-Eyes threatens my folk. Nor is she my only problem, though she is enough. Her web, you know, be strong as iron. It does not burn. A goblin caught in it will stay till he rots. Perhaps I can help. Also, this kind of poetic way of describing a spider, as if she's more than meets the eye, very Tolkien-esque. And especially early on in Richard Garriott's works, there was much more prevalent with the borderline, if not straight up ripoffs. You will see if we encounter a very specific kind of demon later on. Perhaps I can help. Do not be a fool. None can slay the dread Nevri. Now, he came here for something. What do you want? I seek knowledge of Cabiris. A human fool named Cabiris convinced many of our people to come here and colonize this accursed place. When his dreams were shown to be mere folly, he killed himself by taking poison and left us to our fates. Tragic. Indeed, 'tis not fair. Still, you must persevere. Was there anything else? No. I thank thee. Farewell. So, yeah, another instance of the inhabitants being rather bittersweet about Cerberus convincing them to migrate into the abyss. Although, objectively, they're probably leading better lives than on the outside. They've got some semblance of civilization here. And a pretty steady territory they can maintain. I don't think there are any other great goblins we want to talk to, but just in case. Hello, this funny looking person again. Where can I find the green goblins? Oh, no, you know what, the green goblins. They're evil and ugly and dumb. They stick with great goblins. We smart and tough. Maybe I will. I thank thee for thy time. Ooh, Jakar. Hey, who this? What you do? I have come to admire the architectural splendor of thy people's settlement. What do you say? You'd like to explore, walk around? Don't explore too careful. Clean up some place you don't want to be. I seen that happen. What dost thou mean? Us Grace, we never do it on purpose. But at night, I hear something scream and then splash. Something splash and then scream. Then in the morning, one of us not here. Dangerous privy, it is there. I watch out if you, and they are never heard from again. That right, splash, gone, You be careful, you. If Eddie's still alive from splash, I bet they not be too happy. You be on your toes. Call me crazy, but this sounds like a pre-YouTube prankster. Like in an alternate dimension where internet doesn't exist, and this is the closest he has to play practical jokes for the exposure. Thank you, I will be. Was there anything else of importance in the goblin settlement? How unfortunate for you to lock that behind me, because I need to get in here. I'm pretty sure if we go in a very specific direction, we'll be able to find the cell where Haggard was locked in. This might be it. Sure, I have an empty crate here, so we'll put all notes. Bracket, that is. The dim-witted goblins have given me the tool I need. Tonight I shall make good my escape from this filthy cell. Ah, right, so that's how I would use an item to reach faraway button. Not something that struck me as obvious the first time. Alright, what I want to do is start organizing these items into more thematically appropriate categories. just so it's a little easier to navigate my inventory. So weapons can stay here. Do I want to carry the cultural around? Probably not. Candle can also go. Mushroom. I'm gonna have to keep the seed in here. Because as soon as I put it on the ground, it's just gonna turn into the tree, which I don't remember if I can pick up again easily. Let's make this bag our plot important item reserve. Here we'll keep the scrolls and the keys for now. Right. Much better. Ooh, the secret door is locked. I don't remember if I ever went beyond here. It certainly looks like a obvious hideaway for something. Two ways we can proceed from this point. Either we go for the Spider Queen, let's go her that way, or we look for the Green Goblins. It is important that we do visit the Green Goblins, as one of them will give me a scroll that I need for use further down the road. I suppose since we're in close proximity to the spider nest, it'll be the next step. Hey, floor chicken. A favorite kind. Hey, if anything, it's well seasoned. Go away, bet. This is between me and the spider. Ooh. Small red gemstone. I am gonna need that later on. What do I want to keep here? Over here, I reckon. This, I believe, is the big bad spider in question. We have attained experience level 4. And, lo and behold, some proper armor. We are finally starting to look more warrior-like. Also, strong thread. We're gonna need that. Another vital item. The poison is probably gonna kill me eventually. So let me take a quick peek at the manual. See what was the healing spell enchantment. It's second circle, but I should be able to cast it, provided I have the runes. In Batmani. I don't have money, so that sucks. Oh well, I think a good night's rest for himself. In that case, let's cast light again. Need to clear that. How do I remove the runes? Cool. Should be one more spider around. Good with some extra stash. There you are. Easy peasy. Now, you have been protecting some corn, which, you know, very valuable good. Can make popcorn with it. I wouldn't even let it pass this game if that was an actual thing. What's this? Use spike on what? Spike? You can only spike closed doors. Oh, so it's a trap. Curious. First time I get to see this item. Maybe it was there in the Unity export, but just glitched out and was able to pick it up. That will do, for reference sake. If I remember correctly, reporting back to the Grey Goblin King won't really progress this quest line. He just really complains for the sake of it. So, since we're in close proximity, we could double check. You still in your chambers? Yeah. Yeah, he's very antsy, so it ain't happening. Just wanted to tell him I got rid of his spider infestation problem, and off he brushes me like a pest. Well, screw him too. Now, down this pathway, there's gonna be some less friendlier gray gobos. Oh yeah, here we go with the stone tossing. Leave my leather cap alone, you bully. Whew. Well, it was a close call, but we got the better of him. An reward, some chicken, gold, which we might use for trading. And I probably want a few more rocks. Just to have some projectiles at the ready. This I don't think I will open without the proper key yet. We're very hungry, that's no problem at all, because we got the food to fill us up. Yeah, preferably we want to get some extra runes as soon as possible. So I can actually start casting more spells. Freaking leaves a baguette down in the dank abyss. I don't know, but it's their problem. Mine. Someone's loss is another person's gain. That other person being me. I don't think I can get up there this way without a flight spell. Maybe if I try to jump over there. Nah, not happening. Seems like it's another way to get around back to the Great Goblin domain. So we're pretty much done with this region. So now we want to go back to the crossroads and head to our left. So yeah, if Ultima Underworld, fingers crossed, works around this time, the sequel is a very strong possibility of a follow-up. I want to say right after. I'll probably like give it a little rest before we come back, like I usually do with game series. Keep in mind, we also have the mainline Ultima games we could check out. I did purchase 7 through 9. And I already told this story on the previous stream. But since the previous VODs are likely to be nuked, I'm most likely just gonna consider this to be the actual start of playthrough, a soft reboot, and just let the previous 2 videos phase out on Twitch. Don't even bother uploading them to YouTube. But yeah, I actually had a chance early on in my life to play Ultima 9, because back in the year 2003, when I was purchasing Ultima Online to finally get into my very first MMO, it was at the point where 2 expansions were already out, Renaissance and Third Dawn. And back then I had no clue whether they were complementary or mandatory. Like, those kind of subtleties were way over my head. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'll get both then. So I order both Renaissance and Third Dawn at the retailer. But I think some generous soul figured that I'd just be buying a redundant copy of a game. So they gave me Third Dawn and Ultima 9 as a package instead. But the thing is, when I looked at the box art of Ultima 9, I was not convinced by what I saw. And as it turns out, later on, that's the weakest of the mainline games, and pretty much the final nail to the coffin of good old Origin, because that came out a couple of years after the EA takeover, and EA considered that to be such a flop that not only did they scrap a couple of development projects that Origin was already involved in, but they basically relegated the studio to work exclusively on Ultima Online, which Richard Garriott didn't like very much, and that was his excuse to leave. Yes, what's your business here? I wish to view the splendor of thy settlement. This is the best place to see. When you see Abyss, King Vernix, he the bravest in the whole underworld. You go see him, if he see you. So it's time to become acquaintances with the Green Gobs, which aren't all that much different from the Greys, but don't tell them that. They may get a little salty. We are primarily here to talk to two important NPCs. Which are gonna be in the courtroom, let's call it. But as usual, I would prefer to double check in case I'm missing another potentially violent PC that I somehow miss on my initial dive into Ultima Underworld. This, I believe, is the royal bedroom of good old King Vernix, which comprises of a king-size bed. It's not much, but befit of a Goblin King, and the contemplation pool. Just sit here, stare at the water, think about your life. I don't know, take a piss, shit in it. Speaking of royalty, Lanugo, dare not be bothering the boss, eh? No. Good. It'd be not healthy to bother that guy like the boss. Perhaps thou couldst ask thy boss if he could see me. Yeah, well, I could do that, but the boss doesn't like be bothered with, like, practical stuff. His mind is on, higher things. Perhaps I could give thee a small gift to show my appreciation. I don't see no gift. Okay, what do we want to give him? How about actually want to move stuff. Can I change to bartering? Oh, there we go. To double click. Here is a gift for thee. Thanks. Thou'rt right enough for a human. Tell her what, if the talks to the boss be real, like complimentary, he likes that. I'll take that under advisement. So basically, butter him up. Sure thing. Hey, gotta go. Time for me to start dinner. You wanna stay? Swarm stew tonight. Especially. Worm stew? Aye, me mother used to make it. That takes a wordworm, chops it up fine, and mayonnaise it in port with mushrooms. Here, this all went down in this. I thank thee kindly. That recipe is gonna come in handy later on. It's also why I've been collecting all these ingredients. Still gonna need to retrieve the rotworm corpse, which I could have sworn I've already picked up, but I must have left it somewhere. But it's fine. We're gonna see more of them later on anyway. I want to talk to the king. There he is. Yes. All hail the most mighty and puissant ruler of the great and noble race of the Green Goblins. Fair greetings to thee. For what reason hast thou intruded on our court? I have quested long to drink from the fount of thy wisdom, a pearl among kings. True, I am rather wise, come to think of it. What dost thou wish to know? How came you by that gorgeous cloak? It does suit me, doesn't it? I had it made especially for me. One simply doesn't find work like this underground. Well, perhaps the Mountefolk do make a few nice things, but they tend towards metals rather than clothes. And of course, the seers, the ancient illuminated seers of the Moonstone, they call themselves. They do nice work too, but they generally tend more toward the literary than the sartorial arts. It was Sir Caberis. Perhaps thou could stand a little further downwind. It was humbly crave thy pardon. He doesn't really like to be pestered about anything else than his cloak, so we're not really gonna get anything out of him. But that cloak he has on him does sound kind of important. Perhaps even a quest item gonna lead later on. I think it's the storeroom I couldn't get into. I wanna mark you guys here. Green gobs. We've actually acquired almost everything I wanted from level 1. At least in this point of time. It's more about just uncovering some remainers of the map, and then we can think about moving downwards. We don't want to get flanked. Oof. Yikes. Oh, how did it hit me from the corner like that? Ooh. Sure as I could manage to save that. The Hair's End. Yeah, preferably if you can. One enemy at a time. Otherwise you run the risk of getting completely destroyed. Serviceable leather vest, worn leather cap, badly worn leather leggings, serviceable leather boots. My leggings are doing the worst at the moment, so I want to be careful. It's probably gonna fall apart soon. Oh boy. Almost walked right into that fella. Oh. Actually friendly. Weird, given your friends sure as heck try to end my life. Well, I don't mind that outcome. Maybe if he figured it's best not to mess with me. This right here is our entrance down below to the next level. Massive gemstone and another key, which I imagine is going to help me open up some doors I didn't gain access to before. Which could alter the font size a little bit. It's not too bad. Alternatively, you could be leaving like footnotes and then making a legend on the side, which I've seen some players do, which is very well organized. Should be able to make that jump. Actually, I'm gonna save. Just to be on the safe side. That's our other way down. So we can come out either next to the human settlement or the Green Goblin domain. If you want to proceed from level number 1. I'm gonna head back here and silk around to this region, because there's at least 2 doors we can open up and uncover some bits and pieces. But yeah, 2 hours in and we're making very steady progress. I'm almost caught up with everything important, level 1 concerned. It also actually helps that I'm way more efficient at handling the combat system now. I'll never get over those roll and MIDI trumpets. Hey, a hero's gonna start somehow. It's always either rats, bats. What's another low tier enemy you could take down for easy XP? Giant insects. That is an imp. He's already flinging spells my way. So we're gonna back up. Get ready to take him on. Look at that smug grin, this little bastard. Easy enough if you can get close to him. A bottle of water. Another item bag. Ooh. More big gems, huh? Uspor for large jumps. Another mantra, spell incantation. Combine those runes and you'll indeed get better jumps, which honestly is already pretty good, so let's see. No use for improvements unless we get like really long distances or severe differences in verticality. Well then, boys. The saddest part is some douchebag to deck skeletons on the chainmail boot. Speaking of chainmail, he's our first part of Metal Gear. Chainmail cuff. What condition is it in? Can't really tell until I put it on. Serviceable. Leather vest. Serviceable chain call. Or another cap. Yep. We definitely want to move on to better equipment, and it feels good to actually have headgear and gloves that don't just magically disappear because the game said so. Rather, a specific version of the game stated as such. There's really anything else here, was there? Unless there's a hidden compartment here, which I don't think that was the case. One way to find out, you good old Doom-style wall humping. Nope. If there was, we'd get a prompt that, sure, there is a hidden door, but it's locked. Was there anything else I wanted to check out in level 1? Yeah, there's a compartment over here. And the way you get to it is either by dropping here, from what I recall, swimming all the way around, or we could approach it from the beginning. Then drop down here and unlock the door on this end. Well, we're closer from this angle. Alright, can I pick up some new runes? Could potentially make new spells with. Ort Sanct Ilem. Yeah, we can actually make food now. I think. Yeah, if we quest Imani Ilem, that's great food. Bet in Sanct was lesser healing. Bet in Sanct. No, incorrect. That's great armor. Basically the equivalent of having your whole character equipped with a basic set of armor. Lesser heal is in bet money. In bet money. Come on. In bet money. I like that little dude when you either fail to cast a spell or you run out of mana. Yeah, I could make a drop down here, which will send me fall damage. And yeah, by swimming across here, I should be able to reach shoreside over yonder. Hope you guys don't have vertigo, because that is sure a lot of bobbing. A suspicious green flask. Well, don't mind if I do. And that is a divination orb, which can give you some prompts or images. How do I interact with it? You look into it. Peering through the crystal ball, a vision of a strange world appears. Bizarre creatures float through space. A green path flanked by a black void on either side runs off into the distance. Somehow you know the path leads to Britannia. Britannia being the main world of Ultima. Post Ultima 4 to be exact, when a major cataclysm happens and the land that was once known as Cesario gets severely destroyed. Also leading to some previously known fantasy races obliterated from existence. We'll talk more about that a bit later. Ah, just the mob I wanted to see, a rotworm. Into my pack you go. You might be wondering, what the heck do you need a dead worm for? You shall see. I mean, if you paid attention to what one of the Green Goblins was saying earlier, you'll know what we're gonna be cooking up later on. Quite literally. Can you smell what the Avatar is cooking? You will, because it's gonna stink, given the ingredients for this recipe. Level 5. With that, we'll have about, well, I want to say 3 level ups for skills. An armored mace sword. Mana and mana. You know, that works. 30 mana is already, for some basic spellcasting, more than enough. Whew. I swear, that low ceiling is gonna be the end of me. Still not nearly as jinky of a jump mechanic than I expect. Alright, with that, I think for the most part we have everything we need from this level. It's probably not everything I've covered completely, but in terms of like vital areas, we're covered more than enough. Plus, there's backtracking, so in case there is something missing, and well, we still don't know what the game will require from us as we descend further down. Chances are, I wouldn't be surprised if we have to go from like floor 6 back to floor 1, because arbitrarily Ultima Underworld set me out on such a fetch quest, errand, wild goose chase. Yeah, I think we want to follow the natural path down, which is most likely going to be this staircase on your first playthrough. This is a little out of the way, and quite frankly, I think a lot of people like me, when noticing this for the first time, they won't bother trying to make that jump, so they'll probably come back from here instead. And that's most likely what the devs intended to on their end. And that's exactly what separates the new blood from the seasoned veterans. It's getting a little dark now. How's my mana looking? 6 out of 30. It should be enough for a light spell. There's something particular about this maze you come out from. The very Wolfenstein-like labyrinth with wooden wall framing. There's actually stuff in here that I have missed during my initial scouting of level 2. For instance, this sapphire. Plenty of slimes. Look at all these riches we're getting. Which, hey, if we make it out alive, it'll be filthy rich. There's one particular place I'm on the lookout for. Out here. Which we do want to mark on the map. Actually, let's put stairs. Just so we know that they are in fact here. Ah, there we go. This is the second shrine. And as you can see, it is a lot more subtle than the first one, with the giant chamber. Hey, since we got a new level, we take the opportunity to boost our combat skills. Missile, attack, and missile. Attack, sword, unarmed. And further on, we can focus on magic. But yeah, look at that attack skill. Already, it's jumped up so significantly. And with the sword at 10 points, we have some chance of survival. Actually, it's incredibly easy to get lost in these long-winded, snake-like corridors. But hey, isn't that the beauty of first-person dungeon crawlers, just immediately losing track of where you are? So we get another save zone, courtesy of Sir Caberis. First, let's check the vicinity. An oil flask, which you don't need, because I got magic, give me light, which no other item will come close to. And also, more importantly, leather gloves. Like, we're finally getting some decent enough armor. I mean, it'll get better once we move on to full chainmail, but it's gonna take a little bit. Now, say hello to the mountain man, and boy, is your first conversation with one of their kind, yeah, doozy. Mind you, his name is Ironwit. Ack, me blueprints, come back to me after all these years. No, that's not me blueprints, it's a human. What's this? Have you me blueprints? Ack, me blueprints, where could they have gone? What are thou talking about? For sure you had not be blueprints then. Never had a word, did they? And yet, you've your tongue for sure. Dumb they were, mute as the rock. I hewed with their aid, but still I missed them sorely. Perhaps you can find them for me. I can try. Find me blueprints? Ack, that would be a good deed indeed. Somewhere about they are. In the storeroom most likely. The southeast is my complex, methinks. Is that where the storeroom is? Here, I'll give you a set of blueprints of the area so that you can find your way about. Ack, my blueprints! Where'd they go? You seem to be a fire lass. Perhaps you can find them for me. I will be happy to. A right good lass ye are. In the storeroom I think the blueprints are. But he cannot fly, can he? Ack, that's a problem. The storeroom is high up. There's a flying potion somewhere. In the spiral room? Ack, but that's locked. The trouble you put me through. I don't know why I'm helping ye. Thy help is much appreciated. Ack, speaking of help, you could help an old man greatly by finding me blueprints if you could. That was the key to the door to the spiral room. In the golden maze room, methinks. Ack, yes, it's the golden path you must follow, or else you may be poisoned. No, that's the poison potion in the spiral room. Was it a flying potion? Maybe both potions. Ack, that's it. But which potion is which? Wait, don't rush me. One potion is green and the other red. There's one red and the other green. Yes, that's it. One red and one green. No doubt of it. One of the two is a flying potion, and one is poison. Is it the other way around? Ack, now I forgot again. Oh, that's it. Green is good. Oh, that red is rotten. Well, do your best, won't ye? While in the area, if you happen to find me blueprints, bring them back here. I think I may have left them in the storeroom. Feel free to help yourself to anything else you find, though. I'll do my best. Yeah, he's a special character, alright. No wonder they cannot even be here. We never really got around to finishing this questline because not only does the NPC make it obtuse sounding with the extremely confused guidelines, but actually matching those to the layout is another story in itself. I mean, we figured out a good chunk, but still never got around to finding the blueprints. We could make a bit of headway into this line of pursuit. And speaking of heads, some entities do not have one of those. You'll see what I mean once we find them. This right here, a pretty fucked up example of body horror in Ultima canon. It's a headless where the creature's eyes are pretty much set in the torso, I think, or where the head would normally be, as well as a jaw. So yeah, some pretty Lovecraftian shit right there. You know what I miss? In Unity Explorer, he'd make the Wilhelm scream equivalent that this game provides. Which for a creature with no vocal cords is quite a mystery indeed. How about we don't we try not to mess up that jump? So, our dwarven friend has given us some bit of useful advice. Namely, he made the correct guess by stating that this golden path is your safe zone. Great owls, bad news. You don't want to accidentally step on them. Otherwise, you're gone. Carefully make our way around with these creatures. Slowly make our pursuit. However, stage hazards also work against them, so you could potentially just bait these worms to beeline towards you through the damaging tiles. They are none the wiser. Not that they're particularly powerful to begin with, but with 4 and 2, this can be a little tricky. You see a gold coffer. I mean, it's made out of gold, so it might be worth something. How much does it weigh? 1 stone or whatever is the equivalent of weight in this game. It's not too bad, so I guess we'll lug it around for a while. Well, probably we did get the key. Ooh. That could have ended horribly. See, funny how normally your worry is that you won't be able to jump far enough in the video game. Here, the momentum gets pretty damn insane. Yo, 1 health point, let's go. Shuffle with the headless. Come on, you bastard. Drop dead. He refused. Yeah, what's up, Dine? How are you doing, fella? You know, I am baffled that this Twitter rebranding thing actually has gone through. I checked the website earlier and it's already changed to X, which I don't know what is going on in Elon's mind. There is virtually no good reason, because people are still gonna call it Twitter, and the tweets are gonna be just that, tweets. I just think the guy is slowly slipping down into madness as he realizes that he's not made a good business decision by buying the platform in the first place. It really is, and in this case it hits particularly hard because, mind you, this is not chump change that he put out to get Twitter. We're talking millions here. Millions that do not make back any profit. I mean, maybe to some extent now with verification and Twitter Blue, but truthfully, only a particular handful of people want the check mark. Yo. I am getting jewels on this run like crazy. It's our first big ruby. There's gonna be another headless roaming. So preferably I want to take a quick nap. As our friend here disturbs my sleep. Good that thou art making headway, but hurry. Not as much as thou art able of the talismans. Cabarrus created them, and thou shouldst collect all. Talk to the inhabitants of the abyss. Some are still civilized and can help. Final hope in this drama. we'll learn more about the talismans as we travel down to level 4. For now, that's your first big hint on what's one of the main objectives. You know, these monsters are kind of iconic to me in not only Ultima, but just a monster bestiary, all things considered, because these are pretty much like the first major encounters you'll be doing while grinding your combat skills in Ultima Online. Like, yeah, that cemetery near the capital of Britannia is gonna be your first vital destination and getting some combat experience. I don't think the Headless count as undead though, they're just a magical monster, which happens to roam just about anywhere it pleases to do so. Headless, I would say, are your first somewhat tougher enemies. Just because of the amount of punishment they can take before falling down. Sure, goblins were the first humanoids we fought, but despite the more diverse combat capabilities, they're less spongy. As you can see, this is a pretty big area here we're uncovering, and it's all at the very bottom of this chamber. Ooh, an arrow. Good, good. We'll need to start hoarding those. Well, the Unity version sure made these much more distinguishable. Those are like really easy to look by. Look at that, those crossbow bolts. 13 of that. And the thing is, we mightn't be able to get a crossbow anytime soon. Pair of leggings. How am I doing? Badly worn. Alright, we're going to get rid of those and get some serviceable ones instead. I mean, we could later on talk to a blacksmith that could repair gear for us, or we could attempt to do it ourselves. But for now, we'll just want to find replacements, which is a viable strategy. Right in the crotch. Assuming there's even something down there. let's not get too much into the reproductive details of the headless. May as well be Sonic the Hedgehog-like scenario. Ooh. Looks like you guys like to collect some valuables. For what purpose, I do not know, but I'll take those. And also we got more projectiles. Arrows, to be exact. Preferably I want them on one stack, so 13 of each. I may have gotten all of them. If I remember, there's 4 tops roaming these hallways. I should be close to the staircase to let me ascend. It's definitely gonna be easy to tell where I'm going with a light spell activated. I think I want to backtrack and look around here. It also could be that I'm confusing this drop with another one. Because in order to go to the room I'm thinking of, you have to traverse down the slopey staircase. Regardless, we've pretty much disposed of any opposition down here that could be bothering me, so now it's just a question of making my way back up. Wherever up is. With the way these walls warp around you, it's a little difficult to tell. Oh, there we go. It's a lower walkway. I think I should be getting close. It's twisting around here, so I'm gonna go this way around, I reckon. Here we go. So, the map, I mean, you guys can see it a little better because due to the resolution, it's not as squished as it is on my end. Keep in mind this is 640 by 480, which is also in full screen on my end. So gotta work with those blurry pixels. But what I do like is the ability to put your own notes. Preferably you want to keep as least text as possible, especially if there's going to be a lot of details to work with, but I've seen people do something like this. So for instance, they'll put in A1 about here, and then they go off to the right and be like A1 stairs, which having a little side footnote is a pretty clever idea, if you ask me. But you can also erase notes, should you choose to. Like so. Hey, what's good, Golden? There's a strong possibility that I'll be playing TF2 with a friend group on Thursday, so I will keep you guys updated on the current state of the game. Granted, I haven't played for a couple of years now, so things hopefully have changed for the better. And here we have the 2 potions as described by Mr. Dwarf. Which is which? Well, why don't you drink both and find out, dumbass? So really, now the only thing that we need to do is access the storeroom, wherever that may be. But we'll get to that later on, I think. For now, can I talk to you? Braun Clan. It's been a long time since we of the folk have seen one such as ye. Being an outcast from above, or an outsider. I am attempting to rescue a kidnapped girl. I heard of such a thing. The Abyss isn't a safe place for these days, I tell ye. Perhaps some other of the folk might know more about that. Is there anything else I can help you with? Canst thou let me through this portcullis? Very well. Ye seem a reasonable sort. Just mind your manners, and you'll nay have trouble with the folk. Now, before you meet the rest of the clan, is there anything else you'll be wanting? Let's see what you get for trade. Ooh, he's got chainmail boots, which, naturally, are an improvement on what we have. Now, here's the thing. I do have some gems I could trade in exchange. Unblemished rubies, an unblemished sapphire, an unblemished large blue gem, the red small gem I want to keep later on. So I will highlight the boots. And how do I move these again? Okay, we gotta click and move. Let's see if 10 coins is a convincing offer. Excuse me while I think about this deal. So this is our attempt at doing appraisal, trying to assess whether we're getting a good bargain or not. I guess I'm getting a terrible deal. Now, what if I take away 5 coins? I guess I'm getting an excellent deal. And what do you say to that? Surely they are joking. How about if I toss in 2 my coins? Terrible deal. I mean, it's only 2 coins, so pff. Accept thy offer. Chainmail at this point is going to make a big difference in terms of survivability, so if we can get a full set as fast as possible, that will keep us going for a little bit. Door is locked. So now we're in the mountain folk domain. Now, the mountain folk are an interesting kind. They're essentially known as dwarves in the earlier Ultima games, up until Exodus, the 4th installment. Early on in his video game development career, Richard Garriott used to take a lot of inspiration from Tolkien and other fantasy writers, to the point where he would just straight up transfer concepts from other media into his, and later down the road have second thoughts about the way his canon was going, and thus retroactively retcon setting. The dwarves essentially currently are the only survivors of a massive cataclysm that happens between Ultima 3 and 4 that got rid of the other races, including elves, fuzzies, which are these weird creatures that were inspired by another writer. I'm forgetting the name currently. But the funniest of them all is bobbits. You heard that right. Bobbits. Not hobbits. No. If you change one letter, it's fine. Even if it's the exact same race on paper. Please don't sue. But yeah, with that in mind, I kinda can't blame the dude for being like, okay, you know, maybe I was a little too cringe with my early writing, so I should probably try to fix that. But in the end, yeah, the mountain folk as they're currently known probably had the most merciful fates, where this is their remaining colony in Ultima, while the rest of the dwarves that remain on the surface, they eventually married off to humans and just got washed down genes-wise and became full-blown humans later on. Corby, hast thou come to add to my torment? Of what torment do thou speak? Why, the torment of lost hopes, of disillusionment. Tell me more. I shared the great dream of Sir Cabeirus, that the Avatar's way could be pursued by all folk. We sought to gather all intelligent species here in the Abyss and teach them to live in harmony. Alas, it was not to be. The constant breaking proved too much for kindly Sir Cabeirus, and he perished in his sleep. Some said he was poisoned, but I know he died of a broken spirit. His life's work was in this place, and as he watched it crumble, his heart broke as well. So this is our first big piece of insight as to why we have all these different species coexisting in the Abyss, which again, out of all the possible places you could pick to make a utopia, extremely awkward given all the hostile monsters that inhabit the lower floors. But I guess he had a particular social experiment, this Cabarrus fella. I'm sorry to hear that. Does that remain of his dream? Well, Sir Cabarrus did gather a number of artifacts with interesting properties. He thought the use of these artifacts might assist the colonists as they pursued the way of the Avatar. Unfortunately, the objects were misused by the folk he hoped to help. How so? Each of the 8 items gathered by Sir Cabarrus embodied one of the virtues, but those who now possess the items keep them merely for their intrinsic value, not their higher purpose. These 8 items are the talismans that the spirit mentioned during the early dream sequence. And again, virtues are the cardinal principles that all sentient beings try to follow in order to achieve the greater good, I suppose. I forget the names of all of these principles. Surely we'll uncover them as we go. I remember humility, spirituality, justice, I think, courage, and more to come. I shall find these artifacts and put them to proper use. While we're here, we're gonna have to talk to the Mountain Man King, because he's gonna set us off on another side quest. Quarters of Mondor. Ah, ye must be Avatar whom I heard of. What can I do for ye? I'm searching for a kidnapped girl. Terrible, ain't it? I hear a troll carry her below. I hope all turns out well for ye. Up here, we have enough problems of our own. What problems? Maybe you can help us. Our mines in the southeast have been invaded by a fearsome beast, floating in the air with many tentacles. If we can defeat it, all mountain folk would be eternally grateful. Can any of you help me with this task? Ah, Shek might be the one you want. A smith he is, and knowledgeable in the ways of workings of his trade around the world. King Goldfirst you should seek out too, if you wish to gain his favor. What do you get for trade? Nothing I want. Shek we will definitely want to talk to later on. But first, let's go to the royal chambers, which are down this pathway. And here is King Goldfirst in person, with his Scrooge McDuck podium. Probably should have built himself a swimming pool. Greetings, traveler. I am Goldfirst, leader of the mountain folk. Welcome to our hall. Well met, Lord Goldfirst. Thou hast a fine tongue and a sense of courtesy. Hast thou other virtues as well? None worth mentioning, my lord. That's actually a test. A test of humility. Well then, what is the reason for the visit? I bring ye this gift. We want to get on this good side. First and foremost, so how about I give you this beautiful ruby. This is indeed a goodly gift, and I thank you for it most kindly. Was scared to see the treasure chamber to which it be added. Only if your lordship insists. Thou shalt see it for thyself. Take to the end of the hall from which thou didst enter, and say the words Deco Morono to the guard at the door. Thou art truly a noble dwarf. Call me that again and thy tongue shall wag without thy head around it. Compliments misinterpreted much. There's gonna be a guard patrolling this area, and we want to talk to him. Steel toe. Halt. Who goes there? I am Avatar. What is thy business here? I come on Gold First's business. I doubt your purpose here is legitimate, if ye know not the password. Deku. Lorano. Greetings, noble madam. Enter with honor and look upon the magnificent treasure chamber of Lord Godfirst. Dare ye not do any further. Now that warning is not without good reason. 'Cause you can totally drop down there and partake in the treasures, which there's many. You can't really see it that well, but there's plenty of gold, some rubies lying down below. But there's also going to be a guardian. And we're not yet strong enough to tackle him. So we shall leave that be for now. Oh, that was a great light spell. Yeah, some of these scrolls are gonna be magic imbued, which you can't tell immediately. And there, right there, is the guard. He is a rather powerful fella, so best we not upset him just yet. Now, with all of that in mind, we want to talk to King Gophers again. Oh, 'tis thee again. Is the reason for thy visit? I am in search of adventure. Perhaps we can help each other. I have need of such an adventurer as thyself. Our minds have been invaded by a terrible monster. Indeed, perhaps I can help. Excellent. A hero at last. My people, at least those not too valuable to lose, are all too afraid of the beast to dare face it. It is a fearsome beast, called tentacles with many eyes. If thou art brave enough, and you slay the creature, I shall reward thee handsomely. It shall be done. Quest obtained. We need to go to the mines and slay this creature, which, by description, sure sounds like a beholder, doesn't it? You'd be half right. It's a less powerful subspecies, to be exact. Let's double check if visited everything I wanted to. See? Supply room, please partake freely. Well, don't mind if I do. Oh. Locked. Unless I have a key on me that fits the lock. No. Perhaps later, would say visit more of level 2. She'll come to my possession. Meanwhile, my health is not doing too hot, so I probably want to get that healing spell up again in Batmani. Eventually you'll remember the incantation by heart. You're currently very hungry and wide awake. Not a problem, we got food. Nothing like some corn and chicken to get us going through the deepest reaches of the underworld. I think there's something scuttling about. Nothing too valuable in there. We got 4 ways to go from here. I'll start with the northern route. Staircase to level 3. Oh, here come the Grey Goblins. And it's not your friendly kind, either. There are no headless horrors, so we should be able to take them down. Ideally, I want to circle strafe around the one that keeps tossing stones. We want him to stay ranged and deal with one in close space at a time. And there you go. All opposition down. This shield is kind of battered already, but we do have a replacement right here. Badly worn small shield. Oh, well, so much for swapping. It's really worse. Take this gold with us as well. No, not 0, 10. 10 is like my arbitrary number to put in, just to guess how much of a specific item there is in a stack. don't need, and more gobs. Who would have thought? Oof. You see that recoil on the stone? It's actually... This button is actually preventing me from moving on to him. There we go. Oof. That's a pretty large Grey Goblin camp. Okay, this is what we were looking for. Now that is a good arrow stack. Too heavy to pick up. Alright, at this point I think it's safe to say we'll be able to advance from the slingshot to a more viable solution. Holy shit, that's a big ass gold stack. 34 coins, damn. Yeah, unlike the Uni version where you can just fling items however you please, you actually need tile space in order to drop an item on the floor, which the game can be a little fiddly about. This right here is going to be our main ranged weapon now of choice. Excellent leather gloves, excellent leather gloves. There's something around here worth checking out. I think this is an offshoot of a very particular room that we'll be going to later. Yeah, we might want to drop down to that moat later on, but for now, let's stick to the main walkways. So where did you guys come from? Well, this gave me a good opportunity to try out the bow. It's Need to get ready first, and for that I need a little more comfort space. You can't really see the arrows fling, but there is a delicate whoosh playing in the background once you send one flying. They're not very particularly moved by all the arrows I'm stuffing into them. Come on, you lot. At this rate, you're gonna be porcupines. Is my missile skill that bad that I'm dealing like no damage at all? Wow. Is this gonna be a reverse scenario as opposed to Unity Exporter where melee is gonna be the viable choice? Very well, may be the case. Look at all those pellets lying around, though. Jesus. And the arrows. Well, the problem is... they just easily blend with the floor. It is legitimately pixel pounding at times. Trying to get the correct tile marked. To reclaim your projectiles. So now that we got that side covered, can check out. That's a good question. What can we check out this way? This is another pretty easy part that you can easily lose track of where you're going in. Away with the vermin. Didn't you get the message? In my Vermintide videos, you are not welcome here in these parts. Launching coal, serviceable. Speak the mantra Ra to see thy blows land with greater effectiveness. These are basic mantras that you can put instead of the ones I've been using for more specific skills improved. Oh, a bottle of port. See, that's actually pretty great. Because with that, I could try and make the concoction I need to. May as well get to that in a minute. So, where do I have the ball? The ball is here. So we need to make a rotworm stew, as given us by the recipe from one of the green goblins. And this stew is not just food you can munch on. I mean, you could, but you actually need it for important business later on. Which, yeah, is about as intuitive as you think it is. So puts the mushroom here. Mushroom can also go in here. Now the port. Put it here. Put it in the bowl. When I was using at least trying to use this bottle on the ball in Unity Exporter, it refused to move into the ball. So that's another weird issue with that version that would probably set me back if I decided to pursue that instance of Underworld. So maybe it's for the best that we got reset. Now what we gotta do is read the recipe. You mix the ingredients into a stew. And there it is. Rotworm stew. Bon appetit. In bed money. Well, let me tell you that much. Knowing that I have the stew, without too many issues, certainly leaves some burden off my shoulders. We will be occasionally peeping a guide as we go through, especially the later levels that I'm unfamiliar with, just to make sure I don't misplace an important item of any sort. So, here's some chainmail boots, in case you didn't make the trade early on, which, as it turns out, kinda helped me for a little while. Worn chain boots, badly worn. Well, these are in better condition. Um, 9 points out of 10, mana-wise. I haven't tried yet to cure poison, but then again, that's a 5th circle spell. So, well out of my reach still. Hey, nothing some good night's sleep won't cure. The best natural remedy for any ailment. Make sure we got every nook and cranny covered here, so we can eventually just skedaddle and not have a reason to come back. It is said that chanting Un will allow one to make better deals. I got lost in these chambers so many times, it's not even funny. That's a very subtle twists and turns. So that will lead us to this room. Which we do want to go into, even if it's not necessarily vital. To better gauge the quality of a deal, chant Hun. You're unable to use that from here. Ah, right, I may need the pole stick in order to flick that switch. Again, I've been spoiled by the other version of the game where I would be able to just flick it from here without using an external item, so it's a vanilla thing. May need to come back here later on then. In that case, where could we go from here? So from here is where you go to the mines. And come to think of it, that's pretty much our main goal on level 2. Get rid of the monster infesting the Dwarven Kingdom and obtain the reward from the king. Just two Brun brothers going about their daily lives, or unlives rather. Oh, that was easy enough. That would be your upgrade to the torch, if you weren't a spellcaster. But as you guys can see, there's clearly a benefit to some degree of multitasking. At least basic enough to use the most primitive form of magic. If we get more money here, a circlet, another chin coal. What condition are you in? Worn minus serviceable. I'm currently running out of weight, actually, to look anything wrong with these, so probably leave that here for now. I don't think keys and scrolls weigh anything. Potions I'm a little about keeping, but these two are related to this particular side quest with the Mad Dwarf, so might want to hold on to them. Undamaged crown. I'll take that with me. Why not? Oh. How clumsy of someone to leave a potentially very important key here. I wonder for what purpose one could use it. If we go up here, it will take us by the riverside, where we have to make the jump to get across. The plaque reads South Branch to Shank. North Branch, beware of the monster. I think we want to take care of that baddie first. What do you mean on a spell? Did I mess up my runes again? Pet in money. In bet money. Remember the abbreviation IBM? That's your code word for lesser healing. better eyesight, use the mantra blue. I'll probably drop some of these notes later on. Ideally, you want to have like a guide open another tab anyway, just listing all of the mantras. The modern equivalent of jotting down your own notes. Okay, so that's blocked. Can I get over them? No. Maybe we gotta deal with that somehow first. Let's stipple mines ahead. Hear rumbling sound to the west. Sure enough unstable. Just got smashed by a rock. As far as I can tell, nothing's changed here. Oh, I got a storm here with a fishing pole, which I think we're gonna need that later on. Could this be a return of the fishing sessions? Potentially. Rock hammer. Oh, maybe I need to smash those boulders. To one of these bad boys. Hewstone. Ack, you don't look like a miner to me. Who be? I am Avatar, an adventurer. Well met, Avatar. I be Houston. What are you doing in these parts? I was searching for a monster to destroy. The monster of the mines? A great boon to be if you did defeat it. But I don't know that it can be done. A fearsome thing it is. Cut once out the corner of the eye, and I don't care to see it again. It looks in the north part of these mines. Ye be careful if you truly mean to destroy it. We caused a cave-in to block its area from ours, so we have to break your way through it. Is there anything I can help ye with before you go after it? What is it like to be a miner? Aye, you would be a miner, eh? It's a tough job. You should know that. Don't take it up if you have not the strength. Hard work it is. Pick up a rock hammer, smashing boulders to pieces, scraping the rock over and over again. 1 inch of a wall at a time. There must be some good points to being a miner. Well, it is backbreaking work, but the rewards are great. Gold there is for the hard worker. And you know of no substance better. Ah, the thrill of feeling one's hammer fought solid rock and suddenly discovering a new vein. Go ye to the northern part of these mines, and see for yourself the beauty of a gold mine. But watch yourself. A fearsome monster could have seen that area. And perhaps even an adventurer such as ye could not handle it. You've got nothing of worth, so I should indeed be on my way. And confirmed, courtesy of Hewstone here. We do need that rock hammer to smash through the boulders. So now here we go to this rather little rivulet. I don't really need to be here, however. Notice how, as we move on, the insane texture warping, especially on the left right now. Like some PS1 style visual madness. Trying to remember how you would reach Shek's shack from here. I think we need to make a turn here. We don't really need to speak to him necessarily, but it's good to mark it out for future sake. Also, this needs to go. The rock breaks into smaller pieces. Heck, did I manage to dodge that turn again? Alright, let's follow the map more carefully this time. Oh, never mind, I already bumbled my way through. See the standard of the mountain folk. This, my friends, is where Shek resides. A pretty important NPC in the sense that this is your first true blacksmith of the game, and one of the few ones you can interact with, and he will repair your inventory. Greetings to ye. I am Shek of the Mountain Folk. What may I do for ye? I need some information. What do you wish taken? What does that know of the talismans of Sir Cabiris? Little enough almost, but I ken well that two of them were smith work. A sword and a shield they were, both fine work. Tell me of the sword. Aye, now there was a weapon, willful they say, but potent beyond mortal blades. It had a sense of fair play, did Caliburn. 'Twasn't for naught they called it the sword of justice. 'Twas forged by the great Flamebeard himself. Would there be anything else then? Dost not know where the sword lies? No, I do not. Broken into pieces, here it was. But where they are, I cannot tell ye. You have 2 chainmail items I would like. And in fact, I would have the means to grab those off of you, so let's do that. start with the gloves. I'll offer you currently have getting an excellent deal, but you will not be happy about it. So since it's a dwarf, let's throw some money into Sweden deal. Still getting an excellent deal. I probably want to make this as fair as possible. I guess I am getting a great deal. No, I do not like this deal. Alright then, how about 7 coins? Still hasn't, huh? Not an easy customer to work with. Very good deal. Damn, you really not making this easy for me, buddy. Good deal. My negotiation skills leave a lot to be desired. Even deal. I'm wary of this haggling. You swine. Just as we reach a potential compromise, he's like, nah. Nah. Ah, 'tis the bold one herself. What may I do for ye? What you can do is tell me about the other talisman. Tell me of this shield. The Shield of Valor, it were named. Never a finer one did I see. It was Blackthorn's once, or so I've heard tell. Lord Blackthorn, another very important character to the overall lore. He is one of your first main antagonists in the earlier Ultima games, also appears in online. Very canonical name. But it were one of those things, easier to set aside than to take up again. And he left it when he went to become the conscience for all the world. Heck, but that were a mess. Be there what else I could do for ye. Just know where the shield is now. Ah, I then can't tell all. If you should see it, let me know. I will indeed. Let's try again. Don't know where my gloves are, though. Let's try bartering with only gold. Very good deal. Wow. Still obstinate. Dude, I'm not paying more than 20 for chain gloves. Screw that. try to be so fair and generous with this greedy douchebag too. Dwarves, I swear. You'd think I'm bartering with a gnome instead of its more stout cousin. Alright, on to our next important agenda, which is we gotta slay ourselves a monster. And actually, that's gonna be our final crucial objective here. There it is. Further on the head is a hostile gazer. Basically a lesser beholder. Less health. Doesn't really cast powerful magic. Mostly fights with those tentacles. Rather than shooting beams and magical projectiles your way. Ow. Dude, you are absolutely demolishing my armor. Oh. Let's back away, because I need to get my healing magic prepared. Thank you for waiting. Short set was destroyed. Uh-oh. Looks like we're doing punch out. This mighty fist of doom. Justice. It's not as efficient as I thought it'd be. Time for plan B. Wow. So my health Dude, this thing actually is wiping the floor with me right now. You're a little stronger than I remember you, buddy. Come on. You can do it. Sure, I'm missing a lot. Nope, make sure it's again. Sheesh, I might need a backup melee weapon. Let's shoot him down. Yeah. Woof. That was definitely a rough attempt. That cost me my main weapon. So I'm gonna have to make sure to grab backup murder tool from somewhere in the dungeon. More runes. We didn't have pour, so at least one new in our collection. Let's see what this beast was actually guarding, besides some runes. Here we go. Surplus of main shot. Well, time to put this to rest. Start upgrading further down to chain. Pretty much missing just pants and gloves. Well, with that out of the way, we can mosey back to dwarves and report on our success. Door is locked. Probably have a key. Can grant passage. Sure enough. No, maybe I can actually get into that storeroom now. That was beyond access previously. No luck on that. Is that not the storeroom? Ah, no, these are over here. Gotcha. What we got? Leather boots and corn. Wow, what a well-supplied storage facility. Congratulations. Again, we do same procedure here. Bedroll. What's this? An urn. Oh, that's disappointing. Expecting something better. Anyway, on to the king. I'm sure he'll be more than happy knowing his kin can resume the mining process. Greetings, bold avatar. Hast thou managed to kill the vicious monster infesting our mines? Yes, the deed has been done. I knew thou wert a hero. Was it difficult? Yes, I was fortunate to have slain it. And modest as well. Truly thou art worthy of this great reward. Here, a small stooped member of the race of mountain folk scuttles forward, presenting to you a small amulet cast in the shape of a stonecutter's chisel. This was a favored tool of great coolness, the best gem cutter over the grace our tribe. It is traditionally presented to heroes and those who excel in their craft. Thou art the first not of our folk to bear it. May it bring thee fortune. Again, our thanks. I thank thee. Farewell. And there it is. So let's be sure to put it in our important items bag. Too heavy to pick up. Oh, can leave that alone, I suppose. All right, wonderful. What do I want to do now? I'm pretty much ready to head downwards, for the fact that I should probably try and pick up a weapon. here's what we'll do. Let's rest. Merchant some food. And I will explore the goblin-infested regions, if only just to find a basic clobbering tool. Anything works so fine as I can fend for myself. Alternatively, I could go barter with Shaq, but we know that he's got some steep prices. So I'm rather apprehensive of dealing with him. There we go. There's some cudgels here, which, you know, aren't the greatest in the world, but you know what to do. Well, alternatively, could grab another short sword from here. What's it like? Badly worn. Worn cudgel. Excellent cudgel. Yeah, probably want something that will serve me for a while. Get another fishing rod later. It's not a biggie. So that just leaves this area. Do I want to quickly climb back up and grab the pole to try it out? Honestly, a bit more quickly to get from this set of stairs to where I want to go. Alright, back to where we started. The pole we'll need to get from the Grey Goblin Kingdom. So I'm gonna go here. I think so, at least. To make sure I take the correct turn. There we go. Please open the gate, it would be so kind, O illustrious goblin. So here's the stick. Of course, it's too heavy to pick up. Now here comes the fun part where I have to decide what I want to leave behind and what not. Useful on what? Using the pull, you trigger the switch, so indeed, that is how you get past those kind of puzzles. So it's another utility tool that, well, kind of need with you, really. Makes you appreciate the, Unity Exporter version more for all those general improvements that took away all the I mean, cute from a designer perspective stuff, because it's creative puzzle solving, but since there's a weight system you have to pay attention to, there's only so much room. You have to lug the entirety of the dungeon with you. You have to pick and choose. Underworld internal error. Problems and object list. What do you mean? Is that the glitch people warn about? There's sometimes just too much stuff around, and the game might do a wipe of your inventory. It doesn't seem like it took away the vital ingredients, so hopefully only anything that's on the floor got erased. Because I'm pretty sure you haven't left anything noteworthy. Anyway, useful on Switch. Now we can explore this fancy room. With another orb we can peer into, and skeletons. Clearly, I'm not good as mace as I am with swords. Come on. Hit a guy, please. Dang it. The importance of healing. This way, you guys are gonna destroy my shield. Come on, you really need to fall down now. This must have been fighting for my life. Yeah, back to sword fighting we go. That worn longsword, badly worn short sword. I will take the longsword, thank you very much. Or I would if I had the room for it. That might be where I need to get the blueprints. Wherever it may be. You see a sturdy chest. It has been opened, revealing some runes. And what's this? These be the blueprints? Remove bat from resist blow spell for better protection. Oh. Well, it's not quite what I wanted, but So I need the flight spell, but still not sure I need to use it. Well, if one of them gave me flight, I sure as heck didn't see the result. But anyway, that's pretty much all of level 2 that I've ever managed to uncover. Back on the map. So really, I think I'll just head to level 3 and make a save there. Call it tonight, and on the next stream we'll mosey on back to where I left part 2 of the playthrough. Maybe with some additional progress. Going the correct way? Yep. Just keep on tracking. Right, here we go. Level 3. This is where things are gonna get particularly intriguing. Plot and setting wise, so look forward to the rebooted part 2 of this playthrough, which I think we're just gonna follow with another stream to this. I want to make sure that I am caught up on the Ultima and that nothing else suspicious that could potentially ruin it, to my knowledge at least, come up in the meantime. Because if we do get back to where I left off, at least I'll be able to sleep soundly for a while, knowing we don't have anything holding us. So yeah, hope to see you guys soon, later this week. Thank you for tuning in, and see you around soon. Have a good night.